Alrighty, good morning everyone. It is March the 9th, 2021. It is 8:30 in the morning and I will bring the meeting to order. We have an agenda before us. Are there any additions or deletions to that agenda? Yes, Councillor Penner.
Under the committees, I'd just like to report on Drumheller solid waste.
Okay, 10.1 Drumheller solid waste. Anything else?
I'd like to add a little bit on community futures.
10.2 community futures. Anybody else? We are good with section 12 the way it is stated. Carolyn, yes? Okay, very good. All right. Would someone like to approve the amended agenda? Yes.
I'll move the agenda as amended.
Okay, we have a motion to move the agenda as amended. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. We pre-circulated the minutes of the February 23rd, 2021 council meeting. Are there any errors, omissions? If not, Councillor King.
Make a motion to accept the February 23rd, 2021 minutes as presented.
Okay, we have a motion to accept the minutes as presented. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Uh-oh. Transportation, number 4.1. Welcome, gentlemen. Introduce your compadre there.
Yes.
Mr.
Morning, Mr. Reeve and members of council. Next to me is Mike Conkin. Mike is the project supervisor. So a lot of what we're going to show you today in this overview was under Mike's supervision. So thought I'd bring him for any questions.
What's that for defense?
What's that?
That's for your defense?
That's right. So any questions you have, we both can probably answer those. So what we're bringing this morning is just kind of a 2020 road program overview of what we've done internally, a couple external projects that were completed. There's no pricing to this, just kind of a detail. And we broke it into electoral divisions. So we, in transportation, look at everything at greater divisions, but at your level, everything's at the electoral. So we'll start with Division 1. So we broke this down, kind of the main projects that we do within a year of the transportation department. So approaches installed, those are, 3 of those. So a little speech on that one is those approaches are usually for landowners that have limited access or have no access to rediment pieces, or ones that we're redoing. Those are not approaches being installed for oil and gas. They do their own, or for development, which is the responsibility of the developer. So these are strictly approaches done by Mike and his crew. So cross-line pipes. So those are going to be the ones that are the ones taking water from one side of the road to the other. So there was 8 done in Division 1. Drainage and ditching. So we've done quite a bit of that with the equipment that we have, the high hose. So we did 4 little projects. So we listed where, what range roads. So 231, 211, 292A, and 211A. And Mike, maybe you can speak on the drainage, ditching, kind of what you do with that material.
Usually we try to find areas that we can lose the material, like washouts, anywhere that we can lose that extra material that has washed out. And so we've had quite a few in this division that were water lines that had been exposed over the years from drainage. So we tried to find somewhere close to the project so that we can get rid of that material with limited trucking. The shorter haul, the better. Speeds up the time of the projects and less cost, obviously. So
when you're talking water line exposed, is that the Churchill water line?
No, I'm not sure exactly.
Well, some of that would be in that division. So those would be washouts, exposures.
So ultimately there was enough water that it washed all the dirt away from the top of the water line?
It'll wash, like say, through a coulee.
Oh.
Where the water running down a coulee line, where the water line was punched underneath. it'll run down there and it can open and expose that water line where it's, has potential to freeze within the winter. We had a few of those this year that we've done throughout the county. Where it just washes, all that water from last year, where we had a lot of debris blocking culverts to stuff like that, where it blew over a road and diverted the water another direction, caused some issues like that. But, you know, generally we do 2, 3 a year of having some of those coulee areas where it's exposed or almost exposed that water line, so.
And then, yeah, steep ditches as well is another place that I try to lose material, anywhere where it's, doesn't meet that standard that we're trying to reach, and there's somewhere close by to lose it into the right of way of the road. And
Okay, well, thank you.
So moving on, again, that washouts Mike just had spoke of, 23-1 water line exposed, 21-2 culvert washout into coulee. That's where those main ones are that do that. And a lot of that is, you know, whether it's the water lines within the right of way, that's some of the challenge that we have, right? If they couldn't get landowner consent at the time to put the water line in, it's in generally the ditch, and that's why sometimes it'll erode in there, so. Dust control dirt trail projects, we didn't do any this year in Division 1. They're so good down there, so. Dust control applications, so there was 4 applications submitted last year, which were all calcium. Road maintenance projects, we did 2. So down on Township Road 28-2, 1 beside Clark's, and then 1 just a little further east than Clark's. So that's why we had ×2 on that road. No hamlet projects in that area. Bridge minor maintenance, we did 1. So we did bridge on 21-3, bridge deck replacement. So that was handled internally. Usually we'd go externally, but with the nice warm weather this winter, we've had our crews, we've purchased material and done those ourselves to save costs, so. Bridge replacement projects, we did 3. 29-2A, we did a culvert. 20-50, we did basically an abutment replacement. And then Township 31-0, we did a culvert liner. So 29-2A was also a culvert liner, so just to be sure of that. So most of those culvert liners were STIP funded. So we did receive funding from the province, 75% of the cost of those. So road rebuild projects, there was none in the area. Other projects, we had purchased the Redland building for a grader shed and future stockpile site. And then what we did on the grader end of it, because our grader divisions cross borders with divisional, we just wanted to show kind of what the average Division 1 grader, you know, put in 1,532 hours for the year. Division 2 did 1,618. Division 4, 1,464, and Division 5 did 1,579. So within Division 1, there's basically 4 graders that enter some part of that electoral division to work on that. And the average, it's usually 1,500 a year. Some of those were a little bit higher, where we say we're 1,600. That grader we would maybe utilize a little more throughout the winter to deal with ice in other regions, so we don't have all of the graders out. We just have kind of one, and he's running around touching up ice to washboard, stuff like that. So, any questions on that Division 1? Okay, we'll go to Division 2. Oh, sorry.
So that's okay. Brad, with the red line, you're hoping to haul gravel there this coming year, like this year now, to start stockpiling it, or what all do you have to do to get it ready for that?
Through the Reeve Councillor Penner, so we do have some of our Gallagher gravel there. Again, we're bringing something back to council later on that. We would be stockpiling there. It would be the late fall into winter to put a pile there for 2022. For this year, we're just doing all the gravel maps up right now. Last year, it got a significant amount of gravel. We still have about 70,000 ton left at the Barrett pile. So that will feed a lot of that kind of southeast corner that we need to do. Again, Division 1, it is limited for roads down there because there are not a lot of through roads, right? So there are a lot of dead ends, and we did capture quite a few of those roads last year, so. So moving into Division 2, approaches installed, there was 9 within that division, 6 cross-line culvert replacements. Drainage ditch, we did 2 projects, 243 and 242. That, again, didn't have any ditches in that road. Always had erosion problems, heavy gumbo land, so the guys look after that. Dirt trail projects, we did 3, RR 24-2, 24-3, and 24-1. Again, those are roads that were below grade. A lot of those, there's 2 of those that were gravel on one end, dirt on another. There was another one that was gravel on both ends, dirt in the middle. And then one that we just always had ruts of 3 to 4 feet that we took on this year to get rid of that issue by building drainage ditches in there, so. Dust control applications, so there was 9. So there was 8 calcium and 1 spec crude. Hamlet projects, we did the swell wall tree assessment there, so similar to the other hamlets before. We look at what needs to be done, trimming, replacement, stuff like that, what's diseased, what our liability is on those trees within the boulevards and on the county property. So that was done. Bridge minor maintenance, so Township 33-0, we did a bridge deck replacement on that one. Again, all in-house. Bridge replacement projects are 25-2. That bridge was replaced. That was STIP funded also. Road rebuild was the 245, 2 miles within this division was completed. And then the greater divisions, again, Division 2 at 1618, Division 4, 1464, Division 5, 1579, and 1471. So somewhere where those graders touch within that border of Division 2. Any questions? None being seen, I guess we'll go to Division 3. So Division 3, 2 cross-line pipes on 26-0, 27-0. Drainage ditching, 2 of those. I think that was a mistake. The drainage ditching was on 26-0 and 27-0. So dirt trail projects, we did 2 in there. And some of those projects, is just dealing with some of the drainage, not as intensive as some of the other projects were. But we did spend some time on those. Dust control applications was 14 calcium applications. Bridge minor maintenance, we did 3. So 27-0, we did abutment issues, so abutment repairs. So that's usually a wash behind the abutment into the roadway, creates a kind of a bridge and then collapses on the roadside. Also on 33-0 and 26-2, we did some girder repairs on that one, just north of Covera Feeders. That bridge there, the girder edges were chipping away, so your girders will expose a large trench for a bike or something else could drop their tire into. So those girder edges were repaired. So that was an external cost. Within Division 3, there is only 2 graders that encompass into that one. Division 3 grader, 1606, and Division 7 grader, 1488. Moving on to Division 4, approaches installed, we did 1. We did 4 cross-line pipes. We did some drainage ditching on 25-2. Washouts, 25-1, again, another water line washout. So that was along the Hasty Highway where the straw had blocked the culvert off and diverted the water down the ditch. The water line was in the ditch and it pretty much ate everything from about, 8 feet?
Yeah, it was roughly 8 to down to 1 foot.
Yeah.
For about 3 to 4 power poles in length.
Yeah. So dust control, we do generally 4 calcium in there. Hamlet projects, we did 1. We also did the tree assessment in Sunny Slope. So what's diseased, what needs to come down, maybe some replanting programs for later. So bridge minor maintenance, Township 31-0, we did a deck replacement on that bridge. We also did wheel curbs on that one too, I believe.
Yes.
Which takes a little time, but we got her done. Other projects, well, the Thornton gravel extraction, which is still ongoing. Carolyn's got a couple videos today to show you from last week of where we're standing there, so. Greater divisions, greater 6, 1471, and greater 7, 1488 for hours in there. So again, we're roughly around that 1,500 hours. And we'll move on to 5. So there's 2 approach culverts installed. There's 13 cross-line culverts replaced in Division 5. Drainage and ditches, there was 6 projects, 23.2, times 3 along that stretch, 23.4 and 31.3A. 1 washout on 32.3. Dirt trail projects, we hopped on 3 there, 23.2, 24.2, and 31.3A. Dust control applications, that's 18 applications of calcium chloride. Division 5 is probably one of our biggest application divisions. Road maintenance projects, we did our 234 pavement patches, couple spots on there. Minor maintenance on bridges was 22.5, abutment repairs, again, washouts behind that. I should say, when we fix those washouts, what we're doing is we're putting geotextile cloth. We dig that out, put geotextile cloth to keep that from washing out again. We install rock riprap in there, so there's actually no granular material to leave. That usually fixes the issue of that abutment for future, so. Road rebuild, we did 24.4, 2 miles there north of the 582. Greater division, this one encompasses 3 greater divisions. So it's Greater Division 5 received 1,579. Greater Division 6 was 1,471. And Greater Division 10 was 1,467 for hours. We'll go on to 6. Approaches was 1, 9 cross-line pipes. Drainage and ditching, we did 3 projects there, 27.1 times 2, 27.0. Washouts, 1 on 25.0. Dust control was 6 of calcium. Road maintenance projects, again, 25.1 patching, asphalt repairs. It was 1 project, but several patches along that stretch. Hamlet projects, we did the Wimborne gas reclamation. So there, what we did was we excavated the UST, the underground storage tank, adjacent to the highway. We removed that soil that was contaminated within that UST. We hauled that to a site, an approved site to get rid of. We hauled in clay from our clay pit and repacked that. We did it as far as what we could do within our boundary. So there was other restrictions such as the highway, power lines, gas lines, stuff like that. But where the UST has been what we classify as reclaimed. The rest of the sites are on a monitoring schedule right now, so they'll be monitored every year, so.
So that meets the requirements of Alberta Environment?
Well, to Alberta Environment, to a point. I guess it goes to a legality thing of what we're responsible for.
Okay.
And I think we'll bring that back for a later date to let you guys know exactly what that is, so. Right now, we're not seeing any future expenses except for the monitoring, so. And the monitoring is roughly about $10,000 a year, so.
Thanks, Brad.
Yep.
Oh, Councillor Christie.
How many years do we gotta monitor? There's no indication of how long they gotta monitor that.
Through the Reeve, Councillor Christie, I don't know that for sure. I guess that would be up to them. When we look at monitoring other sites, landfills, we still had test holes at the old transfer site where we're stockpiling right now. We were able to get rid of those by showing that we removed all that material. Other properties that we own that we don't monitor, Tertiary Fire Hall, that is still monitored by Alberta Transportation for saline solution or saline salt within the soil. So I would say it's a long time until they start to see stuff that nothing there breaks down basically. So within Division 6, there's 2 greater in there, Greater Division 8 and Greater Division 9. 1525, that's a contract grader, which this year we're taking back in-house. That contract's up at the end of April. So we're basically taking kind of our dirt trail grader, and he's gonna do that job for this year. What we did, we hired that operator of that contract grader as a seasonal. And then we'll see what pressures we have for the following years. If it looks like we have to reduce or change that scope of job, it's much easier to do that way, so. Grader Division 9 was 1,440. So again, we're all relatively within that 1,400 to 1,600 hours. We'll go to the last one, Grader Division 7, approaches installed. There was 5. There was 19 cross-line pipes replaced in here. Drainage, 6 areas, 24.2, 24.0, 23.1, 24.4, 33.4, 22.5. Washouts, 1 on the 34.5. Dirt trail projects, 24.4. There's 9 calcium applications. Road maintenance projects, there was 2, 23.1 slide repair and 34.4 asphalt patching. Hamlet projects, there was 2, so we did Hamlet tree assessment in Huxley this year, along with we did some extra ditching due to all the water that was infiltrating the Hamlet this year. Bridge minor maintenance projects, there was 3, so we did 33.0 abutment repairs, 34.4 abutment repairs, and 23.3 abutment repairs. Bridge replacement projects, we're only talking about the stuff that was completed at 2020, so there was some stuff done that was done in January, 34.0, but we'll bring that back probably in 6 months to give you kind of a review on that. Greater divisions, there's 2 that are in here. So Greater Division 9, 1440, and Greater Division 10 did 1467, so. So we
Councillor
didn't
Penner.
quite, oh, sorry.
Brad, I did a rough count here. There's 64 applications of calcium. How many of them would be on whole roads that we would be covering here going forward?
Through the reef, Councillor Penner, I didn't put what we do for haul roads. I only did what was applied for from the applications. Haul roads, we do approximately 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 out of the Barrett pile. There's a number that come out of the Three Hills yard, but again, we'll be looking at what's in Three Hills to see if it's within our new policy of haul roads, within our new gravel, 1 week on straight. So we're looking at what will be needed for all those other ones. We do a couple off the Granger pile, 2 off the Torrington stockpile on the east side, so.
And I imagine there'll be a couple off the Redlands going forward.
Redland, there could be 1. I mean, really the only one that would be the shop, or the West Co-op, I guess what it is, so. So we weren't able to get all the gravel cards completed to what was applied to the roads, but we have a total tonnage wise. So when we get that information, we'll share that with council, what each division kind of got. Overall, we spread about 123,000 tons of gravel this year, which is, a little less than we did last year. A lot less than we did in 15. In 15, we spread 170,000 tons. So I think the roads are holding up quite well. Gravel looks like it's still there from this winter's snow plowing. So again, we'll wait and see what the frost does when it wants to come onto the road. That usually changes things significantly, so. And one thing we don't speak of, on the guys that are behind the scenes, the shop staff. So just a reminder, we have 4 shop staff responsible for over 215 assets within various departments of the county: utilities, environmental services, transportation, emergency services, ag, parks. We have over 1,900 kilometers of gravel road, approximately 82 kilometers of paved roads, and 500 kilometers of dirt trails. So, and then various streets within the 5 hamlets to maintain with all these assets. So, and then those assets are, they could be a water pump all the way up to a large truck. So I want to capture whatever kind of runs through that shop. And I think that's, yeah, and then we got some pictures to show you. So there, the grader winging away there. So next one. So that's a couple bridge projects. So the abutment repair down at the Bain Bridge in Division 1. So that's them pounding in those piles, setting up to fix that abutment. You can see the coal seam kind of at the bottom of the abutment where it's not sheeted in. That's exactly where the piles ended up sitting. That's all the piles were sitting on. They weren't any deeper than that, so that was noticed by a landowner walking along the creek in the winter going, wow. And we just had an inspection done in 18 that didn't capture that. So whether it washed out that previous, through 18 flooding and did some more damage, so because the bridges are on a 5-year inspection cycle. And then that's one of our new structures on the left that we've installed, so.
That's on 22, or 25-2.
I can't say exactly where that one's at, if that's the 25-2 one or
Okay, well, it
could be the
doesn't matter.
24. Yeah. We'll go to the next ones. So this is usually a common scene. It's been a nice year this year that we haven't had to do too much of this. We've done a couple steaming, but nothing compared to what we've done before. We have a 1-ton with a steam unit on it. We have a hydrovac. We also have a trailer with a boxed in unit to get out and deal with some of these issues that we have for steaming, so. Next. These are some of the washouts last year we had seen with all the debris. A lot of it was straw, stuff like that, plugging the culverts off. There's, washouts. You'll end up having a coupler failure on a culvert in the middle of a road and then get a washout like that. Next. So these are some slide repairs. Maybe Mike, you can speak on these ones.
So this was a washout fill that we did. It just had, the drainage just kept eroding in our right of way and whatnot, and it created a hazard for the farmer and if anyone did go into the ditch there. So we, that was one of the first projects we tackled in 2020. Just hauled some material by from our clay pit that wasn't too far away and packed it in there so that hopefully to prevent the erosion happening again, and seeded some grass in that right of way that was ours still, hopefully to prevent further erosion. It doesn't help. Sometimes the discs get a little far out there and right in the ditch bottom, and that loosens up that material, which allows it to wash away. And that is partial reason on what started this one to begin with, and then years and years of runoff will cut and cut and cut, so.
Just some more, maybe Mike again, you can speak on these ones. It looks like a lot of your stuff.
So the first pictures on the left-hand side there, those are one of our road slides down on 282 there. It had just continuously slid, and then that power pole started moving as well. So we hauled all the scrap gumbo out, and then the picture in the bottom corner there is where we were hauling that material to. It was a washout culvert that had just kept eroding into a coulee there, and that was probably about a 15 to 20 foot drop at one point, and that's where we wasted all the material, the excess material from that slide, hauled it to that washout, and then hauled good clay material into the slide from a borrow pit that was not far away.
We really appreciate, the landowners that do give consent for borrow, especially when it's close. It helps the municipality save funds, save time, get things done quickly, so.
So that's that same slide again, that's kind of the finished project there.
Go ahead, Mike.
So this is a culvert that we have issues with every year due to flooding and whatnot. We have constant washes here, and the riprap usually gets washed away. So we armored it very well this year, and hopefully we don't have any issues with it this spring. The truck dumping there is the road. The road gets pretty much overflowed completely in that low spot, and we continuously have to haul material in the spring to build that back up.
So if anybody knows that road, that's Jack Gore, Tom Gore. So where the stream bed is, it doesn't have a very tall bank on the west side. So when it does flood over, there's a large flood area and wants to cut the road. Usually it fills that culvert right full. The culvert's usually frozen in the winter. I drove by it Friday. It's got a tiny little trickle going through it. Like it's a totally different year. Every year brings different difficulties for the transportation department with environmental issues such as, flooding, so.
That's a beaver dam that we have issues with along Allingham Highway, right at the 805 and Allingham Junction there. The beavers continuously build a dam and flood back, so we go and rip it out usually twice a year. And in this occasion, we had to take the fence out to get that machinery down there, and then we fix the fence afterwards, obviously. So
This one, sorry, Karen, you go back. So this area also, we applied for a damage permit through ERSD. We also hired a contractor to capture the little beavers. So they quit doing this. So I think in the total, I think we got 3 or 4. I don't remember what the report said, but they are cute to look at, but very destructive when they want to be, so. Yeah.
So where'd you turn them loose?
Yeah, you can speak of these ones here.
so this one was, I can't remember exactly where it was. It was east of 836 anyways. It was in a coupler that had came apart, and the culvert had shifted and started washing the road out, and thankfully the ratepayer noticed it as soon as it started cracking, and we got out there and realized the road was half gone underneath. There's just about a 6-inch crust there that holds until it doesn't hold anymore. So we ended up replacing that pipe completely, and that's a single access road. There's only one way in and one way out, so we did half at a time so that the ratepayer had access out in case they needed it. So
Keep going.
this is up on 244 in I believe it's Division 5. I'm not sure. Christie's Road. That was a 1200 in that spring rainstorm we had that washed out roads completely. It took this one completely out. And then when we started digging to see if we could use that culvert again, it determined that it was rusted right out on the bottom. And so we ended up putting a brand new 1200 in, as well as multiple other wash spots along that road we repaired and rip-wrapped everything. So hopefully it would prevent it from happening again.
We didn't mean to seed it the day before that cloudburst and let everything loose.
Yeah. This is that ditching project on Range Road 252. Well, as you can see, those ditches, there is no ditch. It was a hazard to be in a grader, let alone driving on the roads, trying to plow them. And we had been trying to get it for years, so we finally got around to it this year. We hauled the material over 2 miles away to a dirt road that has washout issues. We ended up building that road up in the low stretch and putting a culvert in to help that farmer with his access down that dirt road that he uses. So
this is just south of 27, so Georgina Bases. So what usually would happen here, the water would not have a ditch to go into, so it would cut big ridges onto the gravel road. We'd be dumping material in there all the time, gravel, wasting that gravel in there. So to go in and install that and then haul the material over to Ward Harold Bases south of his entrance. There's a draw coulee there that always blew that dirt trail out. So that's where they hauled it, built it up, put a culvert in, tried to alleviate that issue. So very close. It's, those short distances help out keeping the project keep going, right? So.
this
This is Wimborne. So, Mike, you can go ahead.
This is the Wimborne gas plant, like Brad said. We ended up going about, I think it was about 6 meters deep on the one side and 5 something on the other side. We hydrovac to find the existing gas line there, or fuel line, and we ended up hauling it away, like Brad said, to a area to get rid of it, and then backhauled clay and topsoil. We left it built up for settling reasons, because it will settle, and we didn't want to leave a giant hole right along the side of the highway, so we built it up, and this spring we'll go back and level it out and make it look all pretty, and seed some grass to it, and hopefully it'll take.
That was at the same photos
Yeah,
before.
that's the same culverts on 244 there. So this one is out on 33-2 and 26.5. There was a 900 that was not holding. It was a 600 and then overflow culvert of another 600. So it was constantly flooding over each spring. So we went and installed a 900 to help alleviate that, and then clean the ditches to make sure that all that spare gravel that had been sitting in the ditch for the last numerous years was taken out, and we used it on other projects. That is our Huxley ditching. So from the curling rink there, their entrance was holding water and creating a issue, so we ditched it down to the main intersection by the mailboxes there. And then straight on the very west side of that street there, we had another drainage issue, and the back alley did not have an approach through it or access, so we installed the approach and a culvert there so that the residents had access to that back alley from that street as well. So this is up on 241, I believe, 242, sorry, up along the correction line up north. The end of this culvert had popped off, and then we realized that it was the first 5 meter chunk was rusted out, and there was a big hole to begin with in the side of the road that the ratepayer once again noticed and reached out to us and let us know. So we went through the culvert and realized the rest of it was still good, so we replaced that 5 meter chunk and then used the existing end piece there, and then just hauled in material and made sure that she would flow nice and not wash out again. These are more just that spring rainstorm that we had, issues that arose from that, flooding and whatnot. And then this is paving or asphalt patching on the airport road and the curves up on 251 there. So when we have a spot that needs to be patched, we mark it out. We usually dig about 3 feet down or till we get to a decent material. Then we'll lay cloth in and haul better material in, pack it and water it, make sure that we get that compaction. We'll usually do, in the curves there, we'll do a stretch. If we have X amount, we'll do them all, get them prepped, and then we'll have a day dedicated to just the asphalt patching itself. So we'll go pick up some asphalt and then dig out that top 2 inches and lay it in there and pack it. So it's a very labor intensive day. These pictures are just out on 32-2 here, Don Ferguson's quarter. It's an intersection, the corner was so high you couldn't see coming onto the 32-2 township, coming from the dirt road from the north. When you were heading south, you couldn't see. So we got land agreements to cut that down and fill in one of his sloughs that was right there in his field. So once again, it was one of those short hauls that made a project go very quick. And then we reclaimed it and did some landscaping for him so that hopefully that slough would not be there anymore and it would drain into the ditch. That's an approach on 33-4, I believe it was. The farmer had one on the range road that was not usable. It was very steep and very unsafe. So we took that other one out and installed this one for him. And we put it on the high point of the break in the ground, so that we didn't need to use a culvert. Water will flow from either side of that, going either direction, so. Yeah. I'm not sure what was that.
I think that was it, so.
Yeah.
Bridges are one of our bigger things that we're focusing on, last year, this year, They're getting to that age. Most bridges were constructed from 1952 to 1964. They do have a lifespan of roughly 50 years, so we've exceeded majority of those. Our truss bridges, a lot of the truss structures themselves, they're circa 22 to 30s, so the steel on it, it's time to start looking at those replacements, so. And that's basically our presentation. Any questions from council?
Councillor Christie.
24-5 north of me on Tony's Hill, there was a bunch of gravel and stuff go out into Neil's field. Was any of that clawed back, or is it still got to be done?
Through the read, Councillor Christie, I'd have to look into that. I don't know. So you're talking that would be on the north of Tony's, or the bottom of the hill? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay, something we can definitely look at. We try and do that, get it cleaned up. We do have some of those areas where you got those steep hills and water, when it comes down, we'll take that top layer of gravel off and throw it onto the adjacent property. So I'll inquire into that and see what we can do there.
Are there any other questions for the Operations Department? Well, if not, thank you very much for presenting. I like pictures, so that was a good.
Sure, yeah,
Pictures
maybe
worth 1,000 words. Okay, so this is last week at the Torrington pit?
yes, Mr. Reeves. So this is the last Friday. So this is what the pit's looking like now. I was out there yesterday on the west side where we're extracting from the Hutterite land. It looks like we'll probably be almost completed that project by the end of this week, with 2 more weeks of reclamation. Once we move some of our overburden piles that have been there for a number of years on that west side, we're also going to look and see if there's some material under there. But pretty much, we're hoping the project wraps up here in about 3 weeks, so.
Has anybody measured the gravel piles yet?
Not yet. They plan on doing that again at the end of probably next week. So all the overburden piles have been cleaned up south of these sites before. If you've seen the videos where that chip pile of rock is, there was, I think, 3 large overburden piles, topsoil piles. Those have all been blended into the bank. Where that black dirt ends into the slope, that basically is about half a meter below what the static water level would be in that pit. So that gives you an idea of how high that water will come up to. So basically where the south end of this end pit lake will probably be pushing around that 60 feet deep in there. And we've, along that stretch, that's where we built the berm up as per AEP requirements to be adjacent to the creek. So we have a 30-meter buffer there. Any new development going further, we had to remain 45 meters away from any digging from the creek. So, which is unfortunate because there was some good gravel within that 45 meters, but we couldn't access it. So the water is coming up. They stopped pumping last week. So, like I said, probably within that south of that road, it's probably 12 to 15 feet deep in there right now. So, and if it starts to flood over that access road, they do have access on the north end or on the north end of the lake to keep going. But right now, it's looking like they can keep up.
So you haven't hauled the sand to the beach yet, have you?
No, they found a very nice seam of sand on the Hutterite side, beautiful sand. They asked if we wanted to put along the beach. I said, well, I don't really want to pay for sand, but it varies. Like in the Hutterite side, they made a couple test holes where we were able to dig. Some of it was due to pipelines requirements where we couldn't dig within. So we dug on either side of the pipeline. But basically where that pipeline kind of was laying, there was a giant sand seam in there where the gravel came up, went to sand, and then on the other side it dove back down and it was gravel. So we were hoping to get about 200 out of that cubic meters. We're probably looking about the 140. But that's what it is when you're kind of hunting for it. So this is just another video where they went in a different direction, kind of show that development. So this would be the west end of the lake. So we own this, basically there's 80 acres in there that we own. We own quite a bit further north or west of that little water area. So that flat area is all Kneehill County property up into where that grassed overburden pile is. So lots of options for the future when the gravel's all gone, what to do with it with such a nice water hole. So this is where they're extracting the gravel on the Hutterite side right now. So it's anywhere from 2.5 meters to 4 meters of depth of gravel in there, and then turns right to sand. So no exact science of why it does that, but and once we get all the videos done, when the project's complete, we're going to kind of put them all together and fast forward it, kind of start, from October to the end, just to give a look of what it was to what it basically turned out to look like. So, but that's the area right there where we're, majority they've stripped off. I think they stripped off, there was about 40,000 cubic meters of overburden on top of that material to get at that, 2.5 to 4 meters of gravel resource. So. Any questions on that?
Councillor Christie?
For sure, the east side looks way cleaner than it has in 25 years.
Yeah, yes, it has, yeah.
So the contractors have been good to work with?
Contractors have been really good. I mean, the contract we had, developed by WSP was pretty solid, so not a lot of extra work orders, which is nice to see. When you don't have a really good written contract, you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. But this one's worked out well. The contractors have been very reasonable to deal with. I think it's been a very, very favorable year of weather for this contractor. He really only shut down for maybe, besides the Christmas break, 1 week of cold weather and continued on. There was, the water, really wasn't a huge issue. It was a concern, but in the end, it didn't turn out to be such a massive issue. We had a little issue with federally, a DFO, of what we're going to do with the fish that were in there. But then we got that kill order in December, and we dealt with that. So we're hoping that we've dealt with all the carp that's in there. So carp can bury in the mud, live out of water for a number of years or wet soils. So we're hoping we got most of them. The frost did the rest of the deed for us. So they're not in there, so.
So does that creek flood into that area, or where the heck did the carp come from?
Yeah, Mr. Reeves, so it would be, obviously it's flooded over the years. I mean, some of the thing that Alberta Environment was concerned about was the proximity of that south end on the Hutterite land. So that's why we built that berm up. within 30 meters because we suspect that flooded there because from there, End Pit Lake, it's flooded, that whole flat bottom's flooded. Back in 2018, we had all that snow melting at one time. If you went down there in 2018, you would have thought that lake would look exactly what it's going to look like right now, had so much water in it. So obviously the creek's flooded over the years to get that carp in there, so. But hopefully we've mitigated that risk, met all the requirements through Alberta Environment Parks, so we do kind of eliminate that risk.
So the water, you were saying, comes up to within, what was it, a meter of the?
It's about a half a meter above that black line of topsoil, above that,
Okay,
yeah.
and that's just surface water, or, not surface water,
That'd be groundwater, spring groundwater basically is what's feeding that, right? So
okay,
from when Artis, has taken water from the northeast of 16 End Pit Lake, all that monitoring was done. They have to monitor what goes out, how fast it comes back in. Their reports back in, from 18 to 2020 basically was showing, 43,000 cubes of water coming into this pit daily. When they extracted the last amount of water out of there, I think in 2019, they took out about 200 and some thousand cubes. It did put a big dent in it, but within 3 weeks it came back up. So again, this will be, if we've taken out 1 million cubes of material, that obviously is going to allow for 1 million, 1 million, 2 of more water. So I think anybody extracting water from this will have a hard time drawing it down.
okay, are there any questions from council? Well, thank you very much for putting this all together,
Thank you.
and appreciate the work it took.
Thanks again.
Okay. Councillor King.
I'd make the motion to receive the report as information.
All righty, we have a motion to receive the operations report for information. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing not, all those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 6.1, Bylaw 1833. You're taking this, Bill? Welcome, Mr. McKinnon.
Morning, Reeve, members of council. As council is well aware, the council is committed to do a loan guarantee. The town of Trochu, this bylaw is here for first reading to give effect to the authority to authorize that guarantee. Under Section 266 of the Municipal Government Act, there's some prescriptive requirements, and those are reflected in the bylaw. One of the items that we do have in addition, just for council information, is there will be a public notice required. And again, that's very prescriptive in the nature of what that public advertisement must reflect. It sort of parallels the bylaw, but again, gives in addition information on what an elector is and what electors may wish to do related to the bylaw or not. So that information would be what is required in the advertisement, and there's some key dates in there in terms of if there is a petition, when that would happen, when it has to be returned to the CAO, when second reading will happen related to the bylaw. In terms of the advertisement, it has to be 2 consecutive weeks. The bylaw is advertised under the Act, and that is what administration will undertake. In terms of the bylaw, again, it basically sets out the minimum, all the requirements under 266, which is the amount of money that's being guaranteed, where it's going to be funded if the town defaults, and the various provisions related to the expected maximum interest rate that the money would be borrowed by the town. So that's it in a nutshell, if there's any questions.
Any questions from council? Anyone care to make a motion? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion to to approve bylaw 1833 and receive first reading, that beginning a bylaw to authorize the guarantee of the loan by the town of Trochu.
All righty, we have a motion to give first reading to bylaw 1833. Is there any discussion? Seeing not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 6.2, tax cancellation.
Just before we go on,
Okay.
question.
Sure.
Do we have to set a public hearing date or
Oh,
No,
no? Okay, good.
all right, so we will move on to 6.2, tax cancellation, industrial accounts. Welcome back, Mr. McKinnon. And anytime you're ready.
through the Reeve, this is a good news, bad news story. These wells were in receivership and bankruptcy. A company has stepped in and acquired the assets of Trident, so the court order is basically saying you have to pay the current taxes on the date you purchased these assets. So that would leave the county in the position of writing off any outstanding tax penalties prior to the acquisition, and that's what this report is before council for. So that it is a good news story. There will be further acquisitions of Trident assets. It is in the courts right now, but it appears that some of those assets will be acquired, so there will be further relief for the county in terms of not only getting the items back on the roll, but potentially recovering some of the money that is outstanding. And as usual, if I could, through the Reeve, administration will be undertaking the applications for PERC. Again, that's on an annual cycle. The 221 cycle is just completed, so these would have to wait to the 222 cycle. So that's it in a nutshell.
Okay, thank you, Bill. What is council's wishes?
Mr. Reeve? I'd make the motion then that the amount of $9,451.37 in property taxes be expensed and canceled on the rolls indicated.
Okay, we have a motion to cancel. Any discussion? Councilor Penner.
Just to make my mind clear here, Bill, so these wells were in bankruptcy, someone's come along and bought a couple of them. They don't have to pay the back taxes? Is this for everybody?
Excuse me, they only would be required to pay the taxes when those transfers happen on the assessment roll. So the court has ordered they have to pay taxes based on the date of purchase, even if it takes 6 months to do the transfers on the assessment roll.
Okay, but there's no way we can get back taxes? Or is every company different, however we
No,
negotiate?
generally that's the issue that RMA has been fighting over, is the issue of back taxes. So later on in the agenda, you'll see there's a resolution at the upcoming RMA Spring Conference to give effect to what you're asking for, that mechanisms be put in to recover back taxes if a company's still in operating position.
Right.
This company is not in an operating position.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no other questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? It's carried unanimously. Another motion, couple motions to be made. Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move the administration submit an application under the provincial education requisition credit for the uncollectible education requisition and the uncollectible designated industrial property requisition on these oil and gas properties.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion to apply for the PERC credits. Is there any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Councillor Penner.
I'd like to move that we direct administration to void any 2021 penalties currently attached to these rolls.
All righty, we have a motion to void the penalties attached to the rolls. Any discussion to that? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And it's 9:30. Let's have a recess break. All righty, I will call the meeting back to order. Our next agenda item is 6.3, public auction tax sale date. Mr. McKinnon, anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Through the Reeve, annually, council must set a date for tax sale. We're proposing that it be Thursday, May 27th at 2 p.m. in the council chamber here. And again, pursuant to the Municipal Government Act, the date must be set. There will be a subsequent report if required, bringing forward council a list of the properties that potentially would be going to bid. To date, there's only one property that's in that situation, and it may drop off. But there will be a report coming likely in mid-April, first meeting in April, for council can set the reserve bid for that property. Just for council information, that property is currently vacant, so there isn't any residents occupying the property. It's a property that was subject to a fire a number of years ago and has been vacant since then. But we'll be providing additional information when we come forward with the reserve bid process if required.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKinnon. Does anyone care to set the date? Councillor Christie.
I'll make the motion for the 2021 tax sale public auction to be held on Thursday, May the 27th, 2021 at 2 p.m. at the County Administration Office.
Okay, thank you very much. We've set the tax sale public auction for May the 27th. Is there any discussion of that motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item, 7.1, councillor compensation. Welcome, Ms. Watt. Anytime you're ready.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Reeve and Council. So this is coming back to Council. Council reviewed Kneehill County's numerous council compensation and expense reimbursement policies at the January 26, 2021 council meeting and reviewed the draft policy at the February 23, 2021 council meeting. At this meeting, council made the following motion: that council direct administration to bring back the council compensation and expense reimbursement policy for ratification to the next council. So under discussion, administration has combined the 13 policies into one overarching policy, and that is attached for you. I won't go through each one of them, but listed there is the policies that are being combined into this one. Financial implications: council's remuneration amounts and expenses are included in the annual operating budget. As the council compensation is proposed to be less, it is not anticipated an amendment to the budget will be required with the intent of being effective in March of this year. So council options: council adopt the proposed council compensation and expense reimbursement policy. Council can refer the decision on the proposed policy for further revision. And we have the motion at the top there that council approve policy 3-1, council compensation and expense remuneration as presented, with the amended salary and per diem rates to come into effect for March 2021 timesheet and expense report.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any questions, comments, concerns? Motions? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I'd like to move we approve policy 3-1, council compensation and expense remuneration as presented to be effective March 2021 timesheet and expense report.
All righty, we have a motion to approve policy 3-1 as presented. Is there any discussion to that motion? Councillor Kiever.
I just wanted to ask the other councillors, did anybody ever get any feedback from any ratepayers on this?
Deputy Reeve McGee.
I had 3 tell me that they think it was unnecessary, but was pleased to see that we took the initiative anyhow.
Councillor Christie.
I had one ratepayer phone me thinking we were overpaid and didn't realize that this was a paid position at any level. And once I explained it to her, she said, well, probably we should do that.
Councillor King.
I had a similar experience to Deputy Reeve McGee and had a conversation with a ratepayer who was of the opinion that was not necessary. But once I explained the rationale and sort of why we had made that decision, certainly then he understood, but his last comment was, I didn't think that a pay cut was necessary. So anyway, so there are some positive thoughts out there.
And I had nobody approach me to discuss it.
I only had one guy say that, you know, I mean, honorable move, but there was other places to cut a lot of other wages, so what he meant by that, I don't know.
Any other discussion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. All right. Our next agenda item is 8.1, policy review. And anytime you're ready, Ms. Watts.
Okay, thank you, Council. So following up what we just approved, we would like to rescind those policies that we listed. I have one correction. If you go right to the very bottom there, policy 3-19-3, rental vehicles, that should actually say policy 3-19-5. So background, council just approved policy 3-1, council compensation and expense remuneration. Discussion policy 3-1, council compensation and expense remuneration combined 13 policies into one overarching policy, and the following policies are no longer required as part of policy 3-1.
Any questions? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we approve the rescission of the policies that are noted in this report.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion to rescind the policies with the one correction on policy 3-19-5 for vehicles to be the corrected policy there. Is there any discussion to the motion? Seeing not, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried unanimously. Next agenda item is 8.2, council appointees reimbursement policy. And again, Ms. Watts.
Thank you. So background on this, council approved policy 3-1, council compensation or expense remuneration, just a few minutes ago. The council compensation and expense remuneration policy combined 13 policies into one overarching policy. As a result of these policies being combined, the council appointees policy needed to be amended to include how members will be reimbursed for mileage, meals, and convention allowance. Administration also amended the statement pertaining to the annual per diem adjustment so it coincides with council's compensation and expense remuneration policy. Administration also requests that the number of this policy be changed from policy 3-19-3 to policy 3-3. With the rescission of the policies made earlier at today's meeting, the numbering sequence in this policy does not coincide with the others. Financial council appointees remuneration amounts and expenses are included in the annual operating budget. As there is no amendment to the per diem amount, it is not anticipated an amendment to the budget will be required. So recommended motion that council approve policy 3-19-3, council appointees reimbursement policy as presented, and to amend the policy number to policy 3-3.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions? Comments? Or motions? Councillor Penner.
I'd make the motion that council approve policy 3-19-3, council appointees reimbursement policy as presented, and to amend the policy number to policy 3-3 to 3-5. Is that correct? 3-3.
Okay, we have a motion before us to approve policy 3-19-3 as on the screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I'm not seeing any. Call the question. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Next agenda item is 8.3, RMA spring resolutions, and welcome back, Ms. Watt.
Thank you. So next week is RMA Spring Convention. So the Rural Municipalities of Alberta advocates on behalf of rural municipalities in meeting with government and ensures that provincial decision makers, as well as industry and other relevant stakeholders, understand and incorporate the best interests of rural Alberta in their policies. The resolutions that will be presented during the resolution session at the RMA Spring 2021 Convention are attached for Council's review and consideration. No financial impacts, so just to share each of the resolutions that are coming forward. So however you would like to go through them, if you do.
Does anyone want to go through them? Or we've learned to read by now? All righty.
Just a comment.
Councilor King.
We've had lots of conversation, and I've seen other resolutions, or not resolutions, but comments from other councils regarding the provincial proposed changes to policing. And I'm just wondering if it would be productive for us to have at a COW meeting or some other place a conversation on policing in Alberta, both the costing side and whether we as a council are in favor of maintaining the existing service, or we're in favor of perhaps suggesting to the province that provincial service might be what we're looking for. I don't know. I think it's maybe a worthy conversation for us as a council to have. And I know I personally have had some feedback from ratepayers concerning some of the changes and concerns. And so perhaps, are we interested in a provincial police force? Are we interested in RCMP? So just a question, and the costing models related.
Yeah, I would agree with your assessment, Councillor King. Unfortunately, I don't know if we're going to get the numbers from the province as to the costing. I mean, it's a shot in the dark, seems to be, but regardless of, it would be, I think, valuable to have that conversation. Is there any other discussion, questions? Okay, so we can bring that up at a committee of the whole meeting, just for...
Yeah, Mr. Reeve, absolutely. Administration can bring some background information and
Okay.
add it to one of our committee of the whole agendas in the next few months here.
All righty. Have we got a committee of the whole coming up next week?
No, you
No,
have
RMA is
RMA
next
convention.
week.
Yeah. So our next committee of the whole is April, and I believe there's one for May as well too. So
Yeah.
we'll try and
okay.
schedule it into one of those.
All righty. Councillor Christie.
We're going to Zoom RMA here to this. A yes.
No, I think it'd be valuable for all of us to sit in here and attend that RMA meeting. It worked well last time, and I expect it'll work well this time. Gives us the ability to converse a bit and have a bit of a chit chat on what's happening on the screen. Okay, so getting back to our spring resolutions, is there someone that would care to make a motion? Councillor King.
I'd make the motion that we receive for information the 2021 Rural Municipalities of Alberta Spring Resolution Listing.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to receive for information the spring resolutions listings. Any discussion to that motion? And seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item is 8.4, motion to support 988 crisis hotline. And imagine that, Ms. Watt, you're back on the hot seat.
So administration received a request from Damien Couric, Member of Parliament for Battle River Crowfoot, for council to pass a motion to endorse the proposed 988 crisis line. So a little bit of discussion. Damien Couric reports in his request that the past year has been a challenging year and the mental health implications have been severe. Mental health is a serious issue and needs to be talked about more than just on awareness days. Although there are supports available, they are not widely known and they need to be. In addition, they need to be accessible to everyone, not only to people in major cities, and would like to see a national suicide prevention hotline established that consolidates all suicide crisis numbers into one easy-to-remember 3-digit, that being 988 hotline that is accessible to all Canadians. There are no financial implications to the county. They are simply asking for support, and the recommended motion is there listed at the top of the RFD for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions, discussion? Deputy Reeve McGee.
I see this as highly valuable, and I think it's interesting because it depends on which area of Canada you talk about whether or not suicide actually has rose over the last year. In some places like Alberta, it's actually lower. But at any rate, it doesn't matter whether it's higher or lower, any is not acceptable. So I would like to make the motion that we pass to adopt, that we have the request the federal government to pass the motion to adopt 988 and the national 3-digit suicide and crisis hotline as listed in our RPF.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us. As presented on the screen. Is there any discussion to that motion? I'm not seeing any. So let's call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. You gonna get a fridge magnet for this one? Alrighty, that. Now we will move on to our next agenda item, 10.1, Drumheller Solid Waste Verbal. Anytime you're ready, Councillor Penner.
So just a brief report from our meeting on February 25th. It was virtual again. Hopefully next time it will be back in the same room with everybody. We continue to actively pursue outside households garbage. We currently have an agreement with Sick Sicker, or in the process with it, and just so that ratepayers, why we discuss this quite a bit is, or to get some outside garbage, is to keep our per cap down. So it's not wide open, but we'll take in to a certain tonnage level to help keep the cost to the members of the association down. The household hazardous waste will be held earlier this year, the roundup. So the letter's gone out to all the municipalities to do their roundup earlier, early spring here. We've finished our own health and safety policy and procedures manual, and it's been submitted to the province. Before we were under Drumheller, but now we have our own. Cardboard, the response to recycling of cardboard has been very well, very overwhelming actually. So we tried to alter the routes and it did not work. So we've gone and put some extra bins at the locations where they were overflowing, and we're just asking that the attendants keep an eye on it and make sure they fill one at a time. And then there's been a great response on the grain bag recycling. I think there's about 4 loads, which is 120 bags a load, sitting at the fill right now to be sent. There are still some having to go to the landfill because they're being rolled by hand and not by machine. Not everybody has a machine and they're just rolling them up and tying them, and they cannot go to be recycled. It has to be rolled tightly. And they go to either Green Acres down near Strathmore or Hazard area, or to Bashore, or sent to the US. And the next meeting is April 15th.
Any questions for Councillor Penner? So with the Bland borders closed, would that be considered essential travel?
Good question.
Just throwing it out there.
Yeah, good question. I am not 100% sure, but they said they were being shipped, so.
Probably a backhaul or something, or,
Yeah.
okay. Well, if there's no questions for Councillor Penner. 10.2, Community Futures Update, verbal.
Okay, I'm just gonna, Carolyn's gonna bring up the, what do you call it, the poster we got Thursday evening. So it didn't make it into our council package, but round 2 funding for Alberta has exhausted. They're applying for $2 million to be transferred from Saskatchewan, so they do have some round 2 applications they're hoping to fill by the end of the month. And don't be afraid to apply till the 20th of March because they might get that $2 million, they're not sure. At this point, there's 49 million been used in Alberta. Round 3, they have 9, I think 6 approved, 9 applications, so there's still a bit of room in the round 3 applications for up to $20,000. 10,000 of that is forgiven. At that point, all the applications have to be in by the 20th of March, and then the program closes the end of March. So there's, for sure, we're in the top 4 of the province of money going out. So I'll add the poster that I got Thursday to the committee reports next council meeting. But the timeline here was important to make sure everybody knew it was today, so.
Okay, are there any questions for Councillor Christie?
I don't,
Oh, Councillor
I
Penner?
don't have a question for Councillor Christie, but one for Councillor Keever. The Marigold Library, is that on the south end of Strathmore being built there, like down near the UFA? Is that big building?
I think it's south of the lights over to the west side there, where the school division office is. Go south there, and it's on the east side of the road. Down there by that feed mill, I believe.
Yeah, no problem. I drove by there the other day and I saw a big building. I was wondering if that's where it was being built. We've been
Yeah,
discussing it
I've
for a
gone
while.
looking for it before they started building, and I couldn't really find the site, but that's where they always talk. But I think the building's up now.
Okay, does anyone want to make a motion to receive reports as presented for information? Councillor Christie?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to move council and committee reports for information. All those in favor? That is carried unanimously. Our next agenda item is number 11, council follow-up action list. It's been pre-circulated. See, a lot of the stuff is listed as complete. Are there any questions? Councillor King.
Not so much a question as it is a comment, and I know in a conversation I had with Councillor Hugo, he's been getting a lot of questions about the Three Hills East Water Survey, and I think it's appropriate to note that we received that email saying it's going to go out here shortly, and for the residents within his area who have been asking those questions, for them to know that they will be seeing that soon, with the request that they get it back to us by the 26th of March. And just more so that it's in the public forum and people have that information.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Watt.
I just have a couple of other updates to add. The first one there about the Redland property. We are very close. We have our 3 quotes on that, so we're just working through the processes of confirming those bids. So we should start to see that leg come down shortly and be able to sell the rest of the bins there at that site. And then the only other one that I just want to provide a quick comment on was with respect to motion 280-2020 with regard to the Tolman West Campground. That was discussed at our last council meeting, and Starland County was given the approval to proceed with that. We also contacted them again about Blériot Ferry site, and we've been advised that the province is going to continue to operate that site. So that is basically completed, that process.
All righty, thanks for that info. So is there a reason that they don't want to operate? Well, I guess you can't speak for the province, so I'll take back that question. I might not want to know the answer either. All righty. Are there any other questions from the council follow-up action list or comments? Someone like to move for information?
I'd make that motion that council receive the council follow-up action list as presented.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion before us to receive for information as presented. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. And that brings us to the end of our open council meeting. We do have closed session, third-party business interests, FOIP sections 16 and 25. Would someone like to move us into closed session? Councillor Kiever.
I move us into closed session.
Motion's been made to move into closed session. All those in favor? And that is carried. Okay, we are back in open session. We do have a motion coming out of closed session. Anyone available? Okay, Councillor King.
So I will make the motion that council include the additional proposed wording in the development agreement satisfying the permit requirement.
Okay, we have a motion before us, as on screen. Any discussion to that motion? Seeing as not, call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. That brings us to the conclusion of our council meeting of today. So I will adjourn at 12:22. Thank you, everyone.